Toxic rupture. Resonant forage. Web spray. Horrifying shrill. Resonant forage. Horrifying shrill. Web spray. Resonant forage. Resonant forage. Toxic rupture. Toxic rupture. Toxic rupture. Toxic rupture. Toxic rupture. Call of the Brood. Toxic rupture. Web spray. Toxic rupture. Resonant forage. Web spray. Poisonous cloud. Resonant forage. Web spray. Poisonous cloud. Vile webbing. Shrill. Insatiable. Shrill. Insatiable. Gossamer Onslaught.
Intruders! Find them!
Revolting Volley. Impale. Revolting Volley. Impale. Revolting Volley. Revolting Volley. Impale. Impale. Revolting Volley. Revolting Volley. Revolting Volley. Revolting Volley. Impale. 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 Revolting Volley. Revolting Volley. Revolting Volley.
Taco. Taco.
fall to my swarm.
Impale. Burrow charge. Impale. Silken strings. Impale.
Gather my prey to
Silken
me.
strings. Eye of the swarm. Silken strings. Impale. Impale.
They'll feast upon
Impale.
you. Is that all? How
The swarm.
fragile.
Impale.
Overpowered. Outnumbered. Pathetic. You'll fall to my swarm.
Impale. Impale. Silken restraints. Impale. Silken restraints.
My swarm hungers.
Eye of the swarm. Silken restraints.
They'll feast upon you.
Impale. Eye of the swarm. Impale.
Watch ends.
What the fuck is this guy saying?
Venom volleys. Erupting webs.
Once, my people thrived under the guidance of the Black Empire. Queen Neferis refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Our and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Ashkahet.
Massive slam. Massive slam. Venom Warlock. Erupting West. Venom Warlock. Erupting West.
The harvest will prevail!
Erupting West. Cultivated poisons. Erupting West. Cosmic Singularity.
You all! You will never ascend.
Cultivated poison. Erupting West. Erupting West. Cultivated poison. Cosmic Singularity. Erupting West.
You will never ascend.
Cultivated poison. Erupting West. Cultivated poison. Erupting West. Cosmic Singularity.
What weak? The harvest continues.
Erupting webs. Cultivated poison. Erupting webs. Cosmic singularity.
You will never escape.
Cultivated poison. Erupting webs. Erupting webs. Cultivated poison. Cosmic singularity. Erupting webs.
You will
Cultivated
never
poison.
escape. What weak blood.
Erupting webs.
The harvest continues.
Cultivated poison.
You will never ascend. My blood bleeds.
The coreway must be protected.
My brain went to 7, and I was like, it's 12, okay? It's I was gonna say 14, but it's 12.
Hello, friends. This is Growl.
Okay.
Square 49.
hmm You know what, Teddles? I don't need you right now, okay? I don't need 7.
Capital Denmark.
France!
Okay, great work.
On a proc.
I actually have no idea. What is capital Denmark?
Copenhagen.
Oh, I would never gotten that. No shot.
Not a math question?
That wasn't a math question.
I was very bad at math. Don't ask me anything about math.
Dude, I ain't ranting. Like, yeah, I totally use quadratic functions and equations and stuff in my real life casting Warcraft for a living. It's been great. Every day. What a waste of time that was. Complete waste. Anyways, back to the back to the fight
Gun
here.
to my head, if you said, what is a square root, I honestly don't think I
Yo.
can tell you.
Is this possible? Alright, bet.
So it's possible?
Yeah, said yeah.
Yeah?
I think it's possible. I think it takes a good bit more pulls. Okay, let's do this. So if the boss stays in this form, how many pulls do you think it takes, Cams?
350.
Tell us.
Mist of
I was
Turnaside
thinking
is a
200.
returning dungeon for Season 1 of The War Within. The dungeon starts with a 30-minute minute timer, so as long as you complete the dungeon within that time frame, you'll upgrade your key. At the start of the dungeon, you'll find some strange routes that can be opened by either a herbalist, a druid, night elf, tauren, or high mountain tauren. Opening this shortcut will allow for more optimal pathing. Tiernan villagers will cast Bewildering Pollen, a frontal cone attack aimed at the tank that all players must dodge. If struck, you'll suffer massive damage and be disoriented for 4 seconds. Villagers will also target a random DPS and channel Overgrowth on them, dealing huge ticking damage and then stunning the player for 6 seconds. If targeted, make sure to use a defensive and get into melee so that the Overgrowth gets cleaved down. You can also use abilities that drop combat to stop the cast, like Vanish or Feign Death. Drust Spike Claws will leap to a random range player with Bloodletting, slashing all players within 4 yards of the location and bleeding them for 8 seconds. Multiple stacks can overlap here, so use a defensive. Upon death, they will also cast a Dying Breath, causing everything struck to take 20% increased damage for 20 seconds, so tanks should make sure to position enemies inside these swirlies while your group stays out. Drustvar Harvesters will spam cast Spirit Bolts on random players. You'll want to dump spare interrupts into this ability as it does start to hurt quite a bit, but you must save a kick for their Harvest Essence channel. This deals strong AoE ticking damage to the group that heals the Harvester for 100% of the damage dealt. This will likely wipe you if you let the Harvester channel. Drust Soul Cleavers will cast Soul Split on the tank, dealing upfront shadow damage and leaving a debuff that increases the tank's damage taken by 20% for 8 seconds. Healers must dispel this debuff to save your tank from certain death. They also buff themselves with Hand of Throws, increasing their attack speed by 30% and leeching health back to them from their attacks for 8 seconds. You should crowd control and kite them while this buff is active. Before we enter the boss room, you'll find a room on your left locked behind some more strange routes that we found earlier. The same types of players can open this wall. In this room, there are mushrooms scattered everywhere that will give you a buff for 10 minutes. Savory stat shrooms will give you 10% main stat and are generally the only shroom to be taking. Tasty tough shrooms, however, will increase your stamina by 10% for 10 minutes if you do decide to take them. You'll also find Drust Bow Breakers before the first boss. Upon reaching 50% health, they'll channel Furious Thrashing, dealing high AoE ticking damage to your whole group. Make sure to use a defensive for this, and when facing 2 of them later, do not let them hit 50% at the same time. They will also periodically cast Bramble Burst, spawning brambles at every player's location that players must immediately move out from. These brambles deal heavy ticking damage and slow anybody inside. After taking out the last 2 bow breakers, we can now engage the first boss, Ingra Malok. This is a 2-target fight where you'll want to focus Droman whenever he is active. This is because Ingra will put up a Death Shroud, dealing group-wide ticking damage every second, but more importantly, reducing Ingra's damage taken massively. The only way that we can remove this shield is by bringing Droman to 20% health. This will break Droman's mind control, and then he will channel Droman's Wrath on Ingra, causing Ingra to be stunned and take 200% increased damage for 15 seconds. Here is where you should pop your main cooldowns. After the channel, Ingra will break free from the stun and become active again, and for a short time he will take normal damage, so if he's low you can still finish him off. Outside of this main mechanic, Ingra will spam cast Spirit Bolt on random players, so players should kick this ability when they can. He will also occasionally cast Repulsive Visage, fearing the whole group away from him, so make sure you're positioned well for this. Droman will cast the same frontal we saw earlier in Bewildering Pollen that all players need to dodge, and you'll also need to dodge the swirlies sent out from Droman's Tears of the Forest cast. These swirlies will then also leave pools that your team needs to avoid. After defeating Ingra Malok, we can now progress to the maze. Just before, there is a seed on your left that players can interact with to activate a respawn point. You'll also find 2 Mistveil defenders at the start of the maze. They will target a random player and cast Expel at them, charging to them and dealing heavy physical damage as well as knocking them back. Use the defensive if you're low here and try to stay near melee to keep up time. They will also cast Mist Ward, dropping a large puddle of mist under them that deals ticking damage to anybody stood inside it. Tanks should make sure to kite the mobs out of the ward as soon as it's dropped to avoid taking damage, but the ward also reduces enemies' damage taken by 30%. Now it's time to explain the maze. Each room will have pillars dotted around that when stood next to will show a symbol above with different features. The idea here is to find the pillar that's the odd one out in the room, and there are 3 unique features to look out for. The symbol can be a leaf or flower, so if there's only one flower then you know to walk through the door behind that pillar. The symbol can also be filled in colour or clear, and finally the symbol can have a circle around it. Once you've established which symbol is unique in the room, simply run through the door behind it to enter the next room. If you get it wrong, then you'll be teleported back to the start of the maze. As a quick tip, if you're able to, you can actually mark Mistcaller as the RP starts for the maze, and she will go through the correct gates so you can follow the first 2 for free. Throughout the maze, there are multiple different mobs. Mistveil Guardians are lieutenant mobs that will buff their allies with Protector of the Mists, increasing their damage done by 3% per stack. They will also cast Anima Slash on the tank, a massive tank buster that deals upfront nature damage and leaves a 4-second nature dot that can stack. Tanks must be prepared for these slashes. Mistveil Shapers will cast Bramblethorn Coats. You must interrupt this ability as a successful cast will shield an ally for 8 seconds, that upon expiration will entangle your whole party, rooting everyone and dealing high ticking damage that will likely end in a wipe. Mistveil Tenders must also be kicked on their Nourish the Forest cast. If successful, this will apply a healing over time effect to all nearby mobs that will slow down your ki tremendously. Mistveil Thorkers will cast Mistveil Bite at a random party member, dealing high upfront physical damage and leaving a strong bleed for 12 seconds. If you are targeted by this, make sure to use a defensive. Mistveil Stingers will leap to a random player and apply an Anima Injection debuff to them. This deals ticking damage over 6 seconds, and upon expiration will trigger an Anima Detonation that will likely one-shot the player, so healers just simply need to dispel this debuff. Finally, during the maze, you'll meet one of 3 mini-bosses. The Mistveil Matriarch will cast a Frontal Radiant Breath that you must dodge. She'll also drop a pool of radiance, healing everything inside the pool, so tanks should make sure to pull the dragon out of it. Tanks will also have to deal with her Shred Armor Tank Buster that deals huge upfront physical damage and increases the tank's damage taken by 20% for 20 seconds. Be careful not to get one shot while this debuff is active. The Mistveil Night Blossom will cast Poisonous Discharge, spawning 3 swirlies at players' locations that need to be dodged. It will also cast Hydra Bite on the tank, dealing upfront nature damage and leaving a 15-second poison dot that can be dispelled by certain classes. And finally, the Mistveil Gorge Gullet will Crushing Leap to a player's location. Everybody must sidestep this swirly and then also dodge the lethal frontal in Tongue Lashing. Now we've faced every mob in the maze, once you reach the end you'll now be able to take on Mistcaller. At 70, 40 and 10% health she will cast Guessing Game. This mechanic spawns 4 adds and behaves the same as the maze we just completed. You'll need to figure out which ad is the odd one out and kill it to return to phase 1 where Mistcaller is active again. If you kill the wrong ad, the whole party will suffer big damage from penalizing Burst. During the whole fight, you'll need to keep an eye out for Dodgeball. Mistcaller will aim these balls at players' locations, so sidestep the arrows to avoid being hit and likely one-shot. She will also spawn an illusionary Vulpin at a player's location. Once spawned, this Vulpin will fixate a random player, charging towards them, and upon making contact with any player, the Vulpin will Freezing Burst, dealing big AoE damage around it and stunning anybody struck in the eyes. If you're fixated, you need to kite the Vulpin away from the group, but note that you can also crowd control it with abilities like Freezing Trap, making this mechanic much more trivial. Finally, tanks will need to pay close attention to the boss's Patty Cake cast. Tanks need to kick this, otherwise they'll take massive damage and become disoriented for 4 seconds, meaning Mistcaller will attack another party member and likely kill them before the tank can taunt back. Once Mistcaller has been defeated, you'll jump off the edge into the pool beneath. Here is another seed to set your respawn point, so players that can interact should do so. Now we'll face many different beetles. Spinemaw Acid Gullets will target a player with Volatile Acid, dealing ticking damage to the player and everyone stood within 5 yards for 8 seconds. You may want to use a defensive for this cast, especially when the Spinemaw Staghorns they're usually found with cast Acid Nova. This releases a big pulse of nature damage to the whole party, but also increases the nature damage taken by 12% for 12 seconds, and this debuff can stack. Staghorns also have 2 very important casts that must be kicked. Stimulate Resistance is the first kick, otherwise the Staghorn will shield all nearby Gorms with a huge Absorb shield. After this cast, the Staghorn will also cast Stimulate Regeneration. Kick this ASAP or it will heal all nearby Gorms over the 8-second channel. Spinemaw Gorges will also be found here, and they will launch acid globules at the ground. Simply sidestep these swirlies. These beetles will be surrounded by Spinemaw Lava that do nothing but melee the tank, and they also have significantly lower health as they're not elite. The final mob we'll fight in this area is the Spinemaw Reavers. They will leap to a random player and inject them with a debilitating poison debuff, inflicting damage every 2 seconds for 10 seconds and slowing the player. Dispel this debuff if you can. And now we're ready to take on the last boss, Tredova. Periodically, the boss will cast Acid Expulsion, spawning a swirly at each player's location that you need to dodge. These swirlies are unique though, because they will remember your movement to dodge them. So the next time Acid Expulsion is cast, it will fire another swirly that copied your movement pattern on the previous expulsion. Outside of this, the boss will target the tank with Mind Link, joining all players in the group to the tank and dealing damage until the tether is snapped by running 40 yards from the tank. Tredova will also target a player with Marked for Prey. This will spawn 4 Gormling Lavas that will fixate the targeted player. Kite and CC these lava while your group nukes them down before the fixated player gets overwhelmed by them. Players will also need to run away from the boss when it casts Coalescing Poison. This ability will pull all players to its center and then explode after 5 seconds, so make sure to run against the pool to avoid being one-shot. Finally, Tredova will begin to channel consumption, gaining a massive absorb shield that dispel this debuff if you can. And now now we're ready to take on the last boss, Tredova. Periodically, the boss will cast Acid Expulsion, spawning a swirly at each player's location that you need to dodge. These swirlies are unique though, because they will remember your movement to dodge them. So the next time Acid Expulsion is cast, it will fire another swirly that copied your movement pattern on the previous expulsion. Outside of this, the boss will target the tank with Mind Link, joining all players in the group to the tank and dealing damage until the tether is snapped by running 40 yards from the tank. Tredova will also target a player with Marked for Prey. This will spawn 4 with Mind Link to dodge them. To dodge. These over. Periodically, the boss will cast Acid Expulsion, spawning a swirly at each player's location that you need to dodge. These swirlies are unique though, because they will remember your movement to dodge them. So the next time Acid Expulsion is cast, it will fire another swirly that copied your movement pattern on the previous expulsion. Outside of this, the boss will target the tank with Mind Link, joining all players in the group to the tank and dealing damage until the tether is snapped by running 40 yards from the tank. TWW will also target a player with Marked for Prey. This will spawn 4 Gormling larvas that will fixate the targeted player. Kite and CC these larvae while your group nukes them down before the fixated player gets overwhelmed by them. Players will also need to run away from the boss when it casts Coalescing Poison. This ability will pull all players to its center and then explode after 5 seconds, so make sure to run against the pull to avoid being one-shot. Finally, TWW will begin to channel consumption. Make sure to run. This ability will pull all players to its center and then explode after 5 seconds, so make sure to run against the pull to avoid being one-shot. Finally, TWW will begin to channel consumption, gaining a massive absorb shield that needs to be burned through by the DPS before you can kick the cast. During this time, you'll need to avoid all of the swirlies on the ground while you suffer heavy ticking damage that your healer will need to out-heal. Now is also a great time to use defensives. But that's it for this boss, and that wraps up Mists of Turner Cypher.
let us talk affixes. So a couple days ago, I made a video talking about everything that you needed to know about the dungeons. But you need to kind of know what's going on with the affix system in War Within. So basically, affixes have been completely revamped in the War Within, where they are nothing like they were basically since the inception of Mythic Plus. Gone is the days of having Sanguine, gone is the days of having Bolstering, and now we are in an era of new affixes, and we have some new ones to discuss. We have some old ones that are returning, and then we also have a change and a shift in how the affixes themselves work. First and foremost, the affixes are a little bit different on +2, and the affix levels are a little bit different. On +2, Xal'atath's bargain affixes appear on a weekly rotation. I'm going to cover exactly what Xal'atath's bargain's affixes are and what they do in just a couple of seconds, but just know that they're on the +2 key level, so they're always present. On the +4 key level, you get Fortified or Tyrannical being active, alternating on a weekly rotation. At +7, Challenger's Peril is active on all keystones, and Challenger's Peril is, instead of losing 5 seconds per death off the death timer, you lose 15. And so that ends up creating a little bit more time retention. It's a bit more punishing for players who have deaths in dungeons. It creates a little bit more time retention, and so that's active on +7 level. And then at +10, you get Tyrannical or Fortified active. This will end up being the alternative affix to what you got from the +4 level. That way, at a +10 level, you constantly have both Fortified and Tyrannical active at any given moment. Then, at a +12 keystone level, you get an additional affix called Xal'atath's Guile. Xal'atath's Guile replaces the Xal'atath's Bargain affix, and what the Xal'atath's Guile does is it is a 20% health and damage modifier to all mobs in Mythic Plus, and then you no longer have the Bargain affixes apparent. So if you're only going to be playing +12s for the entire season, first off, you're probably getting the rank 1 Mythic Plus title, and secondly, you don't really care about the Bargain affixes because you're only going to be playing with the Guile most of the time, assuming that you're doing above +12s. But that's not most players, and so I think that going through and kind of talking about what you're going to see with the beginning of the affixes at the beginning of the season is also important. Okay, now with that, let's talk about the bargain affixes. So we have 4 bargain affixes. Basically, the bargain affixes are Ascendant, Oblivion, Devour, and Voidbound. Those are the 4 names of the affixes, and they all do slightly different things. We're going to start with talking about Ascendant. Ascendant is probably the most straightforward Ascendant. If you played Razageth on Heroic, Mythic, Normal, you kind of understand how Ascendant works already. Basically, Xal'atath will come down and call down these orbs that pepper the battlefield, and they're kind of stacked up. You get 10 of them at any given time. You press a CC ability or an interrupt on them, they expire, and then they explode, giving you a buff called Unstable Power, or Cosmic Ascension. Unstable Power is the debuff. Cosmic Ascension. Whenever you interrupt these orbs, you get 2% haste per stack. So basically, you can get up to 20% haste whenever you CC all 10 of the orbs. However, if the orbs go off and say they finish their cast without getting CC'd, then the mobs get 10% haste per orb that you actually left and you didn't end up CCing. We can kind of take a look from a clip from Growl's stream as to what this ends up looking like. Basically, it's very similar as described, where these orbs come down, and then you press something like Blinding Light, you can press like Mass Grip, you can even press like Ring of Peace and something like that, and they're casting this Cosmic Ascension cast. You really want to make sure that you're CCing all of these, because mob haste can be very deadly, and it can really interact in a bunch of weird ways on the mobs. So that was Ascendant. Next up, we have Oblivion. And Oblivion is a little bit different. Basically, Oblivion are these orbs that spawn, and they grant you mastery whenever you soak them. The orbs, whenever they spawn in a circle around the mobs, and then they try to move towards the mobs. If they contact the mobs get a stacking damage reduction effect, 10% per stack that they've absorbed. So if they absorb a bunch of them, it's very dangerous. And all mobs are affected, not just the mob that ended up absorbing the Oblivion affix. However, whenever you soak an Oblivion orb, it's a group-wide buff that you get 2% mastery and 1% leech per Oblivion orb that you soak. And you can kind of see what this looks like on screen here from this clip from my stream, where Xal'atath comes out, they shoot the orbs, and then you just kind of play a keep away. Now, this can get a little bit tricky whenever the pack isn't when the pack isn't fully stacked. the pack is fully stacked in this instance, and so it's actually not that big of a deal, and it's actually not difficult to deal with it. If there are mobs that are spread from one another, the Xal'atath's orbs can actually operate in really weird ways, where the orbs will always try to contact the nearest mob that they can. I've seen this also interact kind of in strange ways with mobs that are out or that are in combat, but you're not in combat with them. Like say they're fighting other NPCs or something like that. I've actually seen the Oblivion orbs run towards them. But in general, I would say that both Oblivion and Ascendant are fairly easy affixes. Of course, the punishment, you know, getting 10% DR per stack whenever the Oblivion orb hits the mobs is pretty rough, but it's not too bad. Next up, we have Voidbound. And Voidbound summons a Void Emissary that casts Dark Prayer. And Dark Prayer reads that Void Emissary chants a Dark Prayer that empowers its allies, reducing their damage taken by 10% every 3 seconds. And this effect ends up stacking. Upon the Void Emissary's defeat, the Void Emissary envelops players, granting them Blessing from Beyond. What Blessing from Beyond does is it's 20% spell CDR and increased healing received for 20 seconds. And this buff feels crazy. Like it's a noticeable amount of CDR, and you can tell that you are very strong whenever you have this Dark Prayer buff. Now, these mobs are, I would say, not easy. And in the past, and you're going to see this from, like, if you go and do any research, you'll see people talking about how the Void Emissaries were making mobs do more damage. That has been changed. Now the mobs just take less damage. And so they also start off, and they're just shielded, and they have 1 HP. So effects like Touch of Death, Execute, you can even, like, Unravel or Shattering Throw these mobs as well because they're shielded. And so that's a way that you can end up killing the Voidbound Emissary off rather quickly just to be able to get the buff. You basically have to target swap to this mob. I think that letting the mob summon the battlefield for any extended period of time is just going to ruin your day. The last affix that we have to cover is Devour. And Devour got changed a little bit since I've last tested it, but I know the changes that they made to the affix. Basically what happens is Devour applies a 50% heal absorb to all players. It doesn't end up scaling with heal level. It deals 2% of your max HP every second, and it can be dispelled by any dispel type, including poison, curse, disease, or magic. So this means things like Imp Dispel or Mass Dispel also work on this. You can also drop Poison Cleansing Totem. Poison Cleansing Totem is incredibly valuable versus this. It also ends up lasting 15 seconds, and it will end up timing out and making enemies heal for 10% per debuff that is still left on the players. And so, of course, you have to be able to get these removed. If you end up getting them removed, then you get Critical Strike. Yeah, okay, so whenever per one of these is dispelled, you get 1 stack of the buff, up to, obviously, 5 stacks. Then you get 4% Critical Strike and 2% max health per buff that you end up having. Now, you can use your Dispel multiple times if you were doing the math here. Your Dispel is not 15-second cooldown, so you can actually Dispel this two times, maybe 3 times if you're an Evoker with Interwoven Threads, potentially. And so you're able to get these all removed from your players, assuming that you're able to use a Dispel. This was a little bit too hard. Now, it has been changed, and instead of being just a Dispel that's on the players, instead now they've changed it to be, or no, not a Dispel, but a Heal Absorb. Instead now it's a dot, because putting the Heal Absorb on the players was, I would have argued, way too difficult, especially whenever it's overlapping with certain mechanics. You were just not really able to get through it. And it takes a while for healers in Season 1 to actually heal 50% of your HP. So you were basically 100% reliant on these Dispel types. And so what they've done instead is now it's a Heal Absorb, but it's in the form of a dot. And what I mean whenever I say that is you can actually look at, you can actually heal the players through the dot, where they're not going to actually be sitting at that health threshold, and so they have to consume 50% of their HP over the 15 seconds, or obviously receive the Dispels in this instance, or that debuff ends up going off. And you can actually see kind of what it looks like on screen here. My frames aren't set up perfectly to be able to actually show what it looks like, but whenever the affix procs on everybody, you see that we all receive a very large heal absorb on our players. It's, again, it was 75% whenever it first launched. It's now 50%. And everybody goes to dispel themselves. Even magic dispels and other things like that work super well. I think that this affix is going to be a little bit easier than it was. And I think that, you know, your healer being able to actually heal through this, you know, you're going to be taking 2% max health per second while everybody gets the debuff off of it. I think that this is going to end up being much easier. But in general, though, that is the updates to affixes. That's everything I know about the affixes in the current season. That's basically how it's going to end up being. Those were the +2 affixes, basically, right? So just in summary, the +2 affixes are going to be the Zaltats bargains. Those were the affixes I just covered. Those are seasonal, like, level in terms of difficulty. Those are seasonal level affixes. Then you have Fortified or Tyrannical. Then you have Challenger's Peril, which is the 15-second death penalty. And then you have the other one of Fortified or Tyrannical. And then again, if you go to that +12 level, you're basically pushing for score and pushing for title, but then the affixes are removed instead or replaced with a 20% damage and health modifier on all the mobs. I'm going to say it right now. The Kiss Curse affixes from the bargains are much easier than doing the Guile. The Guile is incredibly difficult at +12. So, especially early on, whenever you're trying to push for gear and you're trying to get this Great Vault, if you're looking to just do for Great Vault level gear, you should be looking to do it +10. That is the level that we're looking for. That is like the cap. Don't try to go to 12s. 12s, the mob HP scaling is just completely out of whack. I don't say it's out of whack. It's just like, it's a different game mode. You're not farming 12s for gear, basically. I've also had a bunch of questions on my stream asking me about dungeon score. Straight up, I don't know the answer. The last thing I heard about dungeon score was what was stated in this blue post, where they said, we're evaluating how dungeon scores are granted under this new model. We believe these changes, along with our heroic and mythic dungeon changes, will provide players with ways to engage in dungeons similar to the setting that they prefer. This is a fresh look on Mythic Plus, and we look forward to your feedback and continuing discussion on these affixes and overall system changes. What I suspect has happened is that they've just merged Tyrannical and Fortified affixes into one. That's what it seems like it happened. Just from testing on the beta, it looked like there was just going to be one continuous score that was no longer Fortified nor Tyrannical. Now, I'm not positive that that's actually even true. So I'm just gonna say that with a very large caveat. Another thing that you probably want to know before we start talking about the affixes is there's a little bit of a change in terms of gearing that you get from End of Dungeon rewards. So, End of Dungeon rewards and Great Vault rewards have been shifted a little bit. Great Vault only offers Myth Track from a +10. So whenever you go back and look at what we're doing here, basically you have to be able to do a dungeon with both Tyrannical and Fortified on it to be able to actually get Myth Track gear from your Great Vault. Hero Track still starts at a +7, but it starts at Hero 1. And so you're going to be wanting to farm 7s for End of Dungeon rewards for gear. In theory, you could farm 9s for Hero 2. But you really want to be doing a bunch of 10s for your Great Vault filling. Anyhow, that's it. That's everything you needed about
honey. How about you? Hey.
I have many wares.
this. Sure.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Bewildering pollen. Harvest essence. Bewildering fire.
Your ascension is complete.
Bewildering pollen. Harvest essence. Harvest essence. Overgrowth. Bewildering pollen. Harvest essence. Overgrowth. Bewildering pollen. Harvest essence. Harvest essence.
Your ascension is complete.
Bramble burst. Furious crashing. Furious crashing. Bramble burst. Spirit bolt. Bewildering pollen. Spirit bolt.
You will do my bidding.
Tears of the forest. Droman's wrath.
Your ascension is complete.
Droman's wrath.
How dare you defy me?
Spirit bolt. Spirit bolt. Bewildering pollen.
You will do my bidding.
Tears of the forest.
Weak.
Ingra Malak falls silent. The forests are
Yay! More friends are here to play! Come along!
brave the mists, the danger beyond. Then, how do you
Mist bolt. Mist
Your
bolt.
ascension is complete.
Can you find your way through the mist? Choose wisely.
stone and sigil show the way? One does not belong. One you must follow. Matching sigils, a path to nowhere. Only one way.
Mist Ward. Bramblethorn Coat.
No fooling you.
Mist Ward. Venom Injection. Mist Ward.
Your ascension is complete.
Hooray! You're almost there.
Crushing Leap. Poisonous secretions.
No fooling you.
Venom Injection. Mist Ward.
Your ascension is complete.
Bramblethorn Coat. Bramblethorn Coat.
Hooray! You're almost there.
Bramblethorn Coat. Mist Ward. Nourish the Forest. Mist Ward.
Your ascension is complete.
You did it. Good guess. We're gonna have so much fun.
Dark Ball.
A special gift just for us.
Freeze Tag. Dodge Ball. Freeze Tag Fixation. Guessing
One
gained.
of us is not like the others. A special game, just for us.
Dodge
Bet
ball.
you can't dodge this.
Freeze tag. Freeze tag fixation. Dodge ball.
I want to play with you.
Your ascension is complete.
Freeze tag.
One of us is not like the others.
Freeze tag fixation. Dodge ball.
Will you play with me?
Dodge ball.
Great job.
Freeze tag. Freeze tag fixation. Dodge ball.
Can't dodge this.
Guessing
One of
again.
us is not like the others. Will you play with me? Pretty please.
Freeze tag. Dodge ball. Freeze tag fixation.
You found me. Great job. That was fun. I haven't played like that in so long. Let's do it again.
The time for play has passed. The winds urge us forward.
Aw, okay. No worries. Hey, this doesn't look right. It doesn't look right at all.
Tears side withers as the gorm feasts. Balance must be restored.
Your ascension is complete.
Stimulate resistance. Stimulate regeneration. Stimulate resistance. Acid globule. Stimulate regeneration. Acid globule. Acid globule. Stimulate resistance.
Your ascension is
Stimulate regeneration. Acid globule. Acid globule. shield. Acid expulsion. Consumption. Forging shield. Acid expulsion. Accelerated incubation.
Your ascension
Mind-closing acid. Coalescing poison.
is complete.
Decomposing acid.
Lacanis. Knowledge intact. Fact will
Stimulate resistant acid globule. Stimulate regeneration. Stimulate resistance. Stimulate resistance.
I told you that you were destined for great things. Rejoice, for you have aided the end of all things.
stanky.
What's up, everybody? Another beautiful day in Azeroth, and here's a quick guide to Mythic Plus Siege of Borealis, going over important trash abilities and boss mechanics. Notable trash before the first boss. Scrimshaw Gutters. Their Tooth Breaker deals a ton of damage to tanks and reduces their haste by 15%. Coursers targets tanks with a frontal cone. Deals a ton of damage and knocks you back, potentially into shark-infested waters. Now the ever so lovely Black Tar Bombers targets a random player's location with Burning Tar. Deals a ton of damage on impact and spawns a puddle. Fire bad? Never dares a Wave Shaper, make sure to interrupt their watertight shell. Puts a 90% DR on a random mob that explodes when it expires, dealing damage and stunning everyone. Use any spare kicks for their brackish bolt. Now the Irontide Raiders pulls everyone into them and usually follows with a Savage Tempest. Don't hug the raider during this. Boss, we have Chopper Red Hook. Boss will fixate random players for 20 seconds at a time, so it does not need to be tanked. Instead, tank picks up the added spawns throughout the fight. The Irontide Cleaver has a frontal cone aimed at the tank. Heavy Slash deals a ton of damage and stuns players hit, which is less than optimal, so always face these away from the group. You can also crowd control these, sheep, trap, etc. And again, the powder shots here deal a high amount of damage to random targets, so healers, keep an eye on that. Now the players fixated by boss needs to kite Red Hook through the ordnance bombs around the room. Doing so deals a lot of damage to boss, stuns him, and increases his damage taken by 50% for 10 seconds, which is a remarkably good place to pop Bloodlust and DPS cooldowns. Now the bombs on the ground also explode after 50 seconds, dealing near lethal damage to the group. So if needed, tanks or a DPS with a strong defensive can soak them. And following a boss stun, or if you fail to stun him within 20 seconds, he hooks everyone in and casts Gore Crash, a 10-yard AoE. Don't hug boss during this, and will refixate on a new player after Gore Crash. Notable trash before the second boss. Ashvane Commander's bolstering shout needs to be interrupted, or purge it if it goes off. It gives nearby allies a mere 75% damage reduction, which is bad for your overall damage on details. They will also charge a random player indicated by the big old circle. Now if you're targeted, move away from the group, pop a defensive. Irontide Curse Blade does indeed curse tanks, with a stacking 15% damage taken increase. Decurse if possible. The infamous Spotters needs to be rooted or snared to keep him from jumping away. Players targeted by their sighted artillery spawns 8-yard circles at their location over 6 seconds. That deals a ton of damage when they detonate. This does not damage enemies anymore. All spotter strats are gone. Tanks, make sure to aim the Ashvane Cannoneer's broadside away from the group. It is visually pleasing, but it hurts. Deckhand Crimson Swipe deals a ton of damage to the tank and stacks a 5% damage taken increase. For the second boss, we have Dread Captain Lockwood. Make sure to always keep a root or snare effect on her at all time, or she jumps away. If no one is in melee, boss does a gut shot, dealing a ton of damage and applies a dot to random targets. Tanks, make sure to aim clear the deck away from the group. Healers, beware of Fiery Ricochet. Deals damage and bounces to 3 nearby players and applies a dot. Great place for one of those defensives, or just heal forehead. During mass bombardment, players spawn circles underneath them that goes boom boom after a bit. They can move as a group to keep these stacked, and range can do range things. 66 and 33%. Boss goes on a T-break and sends out her crew. You will get 2 deckhands and a cannoneer. Aim cannoneer away from group and cleave them all down. The cannoneer drop their cannon when it dies. Pick it up and use the extra action button to interrupt the boss, and the fight repeats. Notable trash before the third boss. Watch out for bananas. The Demolisher's terrifying roar fears players hit by it. Don't hug Demolishers during this. Make sure to interrupt Pillager's stanky vomit, which is a diseased dot. Can cleanse it if DPS fails to kick, which you know almost never happens. Make sure to interrupt the Bilge Rat Tempest choking water. a 6-second silence which can be dispelled. Also want to make sure to Disease Cleanse Cutthroat's Rotting Wounds, which is a dot that reduces healing taken by 25%. And the Buccaneers Ghost Bananas 7-yard AoE around them, which also spawns bananas you can slip on. And there is a bunch of them. And the Ashvane Sniper Pack can be a bit scary. Their Ricochet deals a ton of damage to random players. You can move out of line of sight if you're targeted by this, or pop defensives. Now, if you have access to Soothe, make sure to remove the Enrage from Destroyers. Their Ferocity and Rage increases haste by 65%. Invaders apply stacking poisons. Dispel these as often as possible, so tanks and healers beware. Now for the third boss, Hadal Dark Fathom. When the boss casts Breakwater, Swirl spawns under player's location that deals a ton of damage on impact and spawns brine pools. Player's location, Dark Fathom. Also, tanks and healers beware. Now for the third boss, Hadal Dark Fathom. When the boss casts Breakwater, Swirl spawns under player's location that deals a ton of damage on impact and spawns brine pools. Swirls and brine pools are bad. Don't ever place these near the big statue in the middle of the room. Boss targets tank with Crashing Tide, which is a frontal cone. Aim away from the group, add 100 energy, boss cast Tidal Surge, spawning 2 huge waves from random sides of the room. That waves across the room, use the statue in the middle of the room to shield yourself from them. They spawn in a staggered fashion, so you'll need to use different sides of the statue to dodge. This can overlap with both Breakwater Swirls and tank frontals, so you always want to leave a little space between you and the statue that you can dodge into if needed. But the last boss, a giant squid. Now around the boss arena, there's 3 platforms with cannons on them, and when you fire all 3, boss dies. Each cannon area, there's 1 gripping tentacle and 1 demolishing tentacle. Goal is to defeat the gripping tentacle to save the poor NPC, allowing you to fire the cannon at Monsieur Squid. Demolishing tentacle needs to be tanked and always have someone in melee or they cast Hull Cracker. And beware of their slam, deals a ton of damage to the group and knocks everyone back. Want to make sure to position yourself so you don't get knocked in to the shark-infested water or swirls. Also, avoid swirls. Swirls are bad. Boss will also debuff 2 players with putrid waters. 30-sec magic dot knocks anyone within the circle back when it's dispelled. Unless you have access to more than 1 dispel, you always dispel 1 instantly and the other one needs extra love and defensives to survive the dot. You always want to prio nuking down demolishing tentacles first to get rid of the extra damage and mechanics from it. And the gripping tentacle is dead, have 1 player stay behind and wait for the cannon to be repaired, while the rest start nuking down a new demolishing tendy. And upon firing your 3rd cannon, the boss goes down. And that's about it for Siege of Borealis. Hope it helps y'all in Season 1. Let me know in the comments what you think or if you have any questions about the dungeon at all. If you want to help support my channel, check out my Patreon, Twitch, or YouTube membership. You can get access to the stanky Discord, shoutouts, and videos, among other things. Don't forget the usual stuff. Like, comment, subscribe, and slap that notification bell. Thank you all for watching. I will see you next time.
So in most of the dungeons this season, there are some extracurricular things that you can do to be able to maintain.
Hero, your timing couldn't be better. Mechatork is fading fast.
Yeah, nice, Blizzard. Okay, no.
Heroes, we'll secure the docks while you push further into the district. With any luck, we'll drive this scum from the city before high tide.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Heroes, we'll secure the docks while you push further into the district. With any luck, we'll drive this scum from the city before high tide.
Shattering Bell. Burning Tar. Slobber Knocker. Burning Tar. Slobber Knocker. Shattering Bellow. Watertight Shell. Slobber Knocker.
Your ascension
Savage Tempest.
is complete.
Savage Tempest. Slobber Knocker. Burning Tar. Shattering Bellow. Watertight Shell.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Slobber
Your
Knocker.
ascension
Burning Tar.
is complete.
Shattering Bellow. Slobber Knocker. Burning Tar. Tempest. Burning Tongue. Savage Tempest. Burning Tar.
I got what you need, for real!
Good jump for the waters!
Savage Tempest.
Your ascension
Burning Tar. Watertight Shell.
is complete.
Savage Tempest. Savage Tempest. Watertight Shell. Savage Tempest. Heavy Slash.
Your
Cannon Barrage.
is complete.
Heavy Ordnance. War Crash.
Lambs to the slaughter!
Heavy Slash. War Crash.
You can't run!
Heavy Slash. Cannon Barrage.
Incoming! Lambs to the slaughter!
Heavy War Slash.
Your ascension
Heavy Slash. War Crash.
You're next!
Heavy Slash. Heavy Ordnance. War Crash.
You can't run!
Heavy Slash. Cannon Barrage.
Don't let me go!
Heroes, my scouts report heavy fighting near the palace. Please, ensure Lady Proudmore's safety. I'll remove the rest of this filth in the docks.
Your ascension
Watertight Shell.
is complete.
charge. Bolstering shout. As right charge. Watertight shell.
Your ascension
Savage tempest.
is complete.
Savage tempest. Sighted artillery. Sighted artillery. Sighted artillery. Watertight shell.
Your ascension is complete.
Sighted artillery. As right charge. Watertight shell. Bolstering shell.
Captain Lockwood, our forces have lost control of the docks.
It makes
As
no
right
difference.
charge.
Your
Sighted
ascension
artillery.
is complete.
Broadside. Bolstering shell. As right charge. Broadside. As right charge.
No survivors!
Clear the deck. Fiery ricochet. Clear the deck. Mass bombard.
Attack! Decimate around!
Your ascension is complete.
Broadside. Broadside. Unstable ordnance. Withdraw. Clear the deck. Fiery ricochet. to death. Fiery ricochet.
Sail to uncharted waters.
Heroes, Ashwain's forces are attempting to break through our southern wall. Stop them, and we may have a chance at driving them from Boralis.
I'll rally the militia and secure the castle. Good hunting.
Crushing slam. Banana
Heroes,
rampage.
Ashwain's forces are attempting to break through our southern wall.
Terrifying roar.
Stop them, and we may have a chance at driving them from Boralis.
I'll rally the militia and secure the castle. Good hunting.
Crushing slam. Banana rampage. Banana rampage.
Your ascension is complete.
Choking waters. Banana rampage. Banana rampage. Choking waters. Terrifying roar. Banana rampage. Crushing slam. Terrifying
Your
roar.
ascension
Choking waters.
is complete.
Sighted artillery.
Heroes, we need your aid. That sea giant is demolishing everything in its path.
Your ascension is
Bolstering shout. Savage tempest. Asphalt charge. Bolstering shout. Savage tempest. shell. Lazarite shell. Bolstering shell. Lazarite charge.
Your ascension is complete.
Azurite charge. Watertight shell. Bolstering shell. Azurite charge. Bolstering shout. Savage Tempest.
Your ascension
Savage Tempest.
Full fathom 5, your bones shall lie.
Breakwater. Crashing tide. Tidal surge. Breakwater. Crashing tide. Breakwater.
Your ascension
Crashing
is
tide.
complete.
Tidal surge. Breakwater. Crashing tide. Breakwater. Tidal surge.
Your ascension
You've done it! Without their giant, Ashvane's forces will...
Ha! Enjoy your hollow victory, fools! Without the Coultering fleet, you have no hope of defeating me. Allow me to demonstrate. Their gate has fallen! Breach the city and slay all who oppose me!
Ashvane's beast is destroying our ships. Looks like there are still artillery pieces in the wreckage. Reassemble them and kill her pet before we have nothing left to repel Ashvane's fleet.
Get this thing off me!
Call of the Deep. eradication. Call of the Deep.
Get this thing off me!
Call of the Deep. Putrid waters. Call of the Deep.
Get this
Call of the
thing
Deep.
off me!
Call of the Deep.
I owe you one. Now, just give me a second to get this cannon working.
Putrid waters eradication.
Is complete.
Call of the Deep. Land. Call of the Deep.
Get this thing off me!
Land. Call of the Deep. Call of the Deep.
Let this beast eat me!
Call of the Deep. Putrid Call of the Deep.
Your survival.
Let this beast eat me!
Call of the Deep. Land. Call of the
Get
Deep.
this thing off me!
Call of the Deep.
Your ascension
Call of the Deep.
is complete.
You have my thanks. Now I'll get this cannon prepped for some payback.
Repair. Putrid water. Call of the Deep.
Ready to fire!
You dare scar my beautiful pet? I tire of this game. I'll reduce Baralis to cinders before I allow you to win.
You've done well, heroes. But Baralis is not out of danger yet. Speak with me when you're ready to put an end to Ashvane's fleet.
To make our princess, well, more beatable to an extent.
Yeah, the difficulty of it, I mean, it's certainly not easy. It's maybe not even fair, but it's maybe barely doable, which is exactly where we like to see these bosses for a really, really satisfying kill.
Absolutely.
When you think about the things they could have nerfed on this fight, I think the HP nerf was almost a given.
Yeah.
Given what the DPS check was going to be, it's going to be like 1.3 million. It was ridiculous. But they nerfed like one damage intake thing.
Yeah, Queensbane, right?
Yeah.
But that was a big one.
That was a big nerf.
Queensbane was really, really important to be taken down and kind of put into a place where it needed to be. So I feel like Queensbane was relevant to figure out here. I think we are ready over there to start our Secret Lab hot seat with Max, of course. So welcome here on our broadcast once again, Max. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Yeah.
And to kind of start off with the boss, of course, very happy for Twister down. But the new boss looked a little bit brutal going into. We got a nerf coming out throughout the day. How do you feel about that nerf, what it did, when it came, that kind of situation?
Yeah, so also, I told you guys yesterday, you're like, why didn't you go pull Kaiveza? Because I'd said because this boss was significantly more challenging. So now you guys...
Who would have asked a silly question like that? I wonder.
Yeah. So, yeah, the nerf kind of sucks. It's one of the rare ones where you kind of don't like it because it affects you a little negatively. Like, we had over 100 pulls on a boss where the dot that is murdering you the entire fight was doing more damage. So it's hurt our progression a little bit, but I still think we learned a lot in that time. Like finalizing our strat. Love our strat. I actually really, really like it. The fight is insanely hard. So you'd even saw, like, we had some, like, a little regression in the middle of the day. We were trying some things. We swapped our comp. And then now we are in a really good rhythm. Like, in the last hour, I think we stayed up 2 more hours. Could have killed it. I don't know if you guys saw the attempt, but we had like a pull with one person dead for a while, and we missed a mask, which is super random, by the way. Like, you never ever. I think we had 3 wipes all day to a mask blowing up, by the way. And we had one on that pull. That was going to be sub 5% minimum. That boss was getting owned. And we just lived the last intermission previous, like, 2 pulls before that. So we feel really good about the boss. It's a boss where I think we're going to get some extra sleep tonight and then wake up and own it, yeah.
Yeah, we're too good at this. You actually covered like 2 of my questions with all of the things you just said. Because I was actually going to talk about that poll. There's 21% going into the final intermission with like 17 people alive. So
that boss is going to get cranked. We have a bunch of intermission, or sorry, I'm really tired. We have a bunch of execute at the end, and we have a bunch of spy masters coming up.
Yep.
And that boss was going to get slain. Yeah, I think we have the damage for sure. We wouldn't have killed it on that pull with the dead people, but that was going to be a really low pull, yeah.
What about the comp swap? So we've got the Ret Pally in, the Holy Pally out, the Resto Shaman in, and the BM Hunter out. What's the thought process behind doing that?
Okay, all those things. So Ret Paladin is just because you need the Paladin buff.
Right.
Although it is quite good. So benefits of Ret Paladin, high single target, decently tanky, although it's not specifically good to be tanky for that fight. It's like, I think pretty good in the intermission, but not great against Queensbane. 1 minute sack is quite good. And we needed to sit Holy Paladin. So really, the Resto Shaman is just because we finally had the Evokers figure out how to, like, heal Queensbane, which is by far the hardest part of the fight. But we were just getting destroyed in the intermission because having Evokers in a fight where you have to be spread is really hard. And, like, really inconsistent, and they can't really do their ram because you're so spread. And if you were to try to stack, it would be absolutely insane. There's no way you can do that. So the Shaman came in just for intermission healing. Like, we don't need you to heal in the other parts. In the intermission, make sure we don't die. That's what he's doing. Cool. Also, Ancestral Vigor is nice, specifically on that fight. The other change we made, out with Hunter. We just had to bring in, I think by sitting Zevi, we had to bring a raid buff in as melee, so we had to choose someone to sit. We were happy with Hunter, but they were requiring the most amount of external healing from healers, and we were worried about debuff healing because we were swapping out a Paladin and bringing in a Shaman.
Right.
So we swapped out what we saw there, but that is also because Kingfly gets really cranky at night, and if we have to sit anybody, it's like, sit Kingfly, let him sleep early, he wakes up in the morning, he's hype in the morning, so we'd bring him back in or something, yeah.
Yeah. A little bit of adaptation around the Raiders profiles, never hurt anyone.
I'm also mainly kidding if he hears that and gets super mad. Like, he does get cranky.
No, I know,
but that's not why we sat. Yeah.
There's a tactical reason.
What about Boomy's rage issues I've been hearing about?
Yeah, he's an absolute psycho. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So he's newest tier, but he's like a 5 times Brawlhalla world champion. So he's like a fighting game player. And what am I hearing in my?
Yeah, it's really loud. They can hear that as well. Yeah. Production likes to play a little sound effect sometimes for the audience's benefit.
Yeah, chat heard that too.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I assume so. It's like a production thing. I just don't know why it happened, but that's fine. I was just confused, right? Okay, so what were we talking about before the sound?
The
Boomy's rage issues.
Oh, Boomy's, yeah. So He's just new, and sometimes we like to mess with people, and we like Boomy, so every time he dies, and then we know he's calm about it, we just like to imagine that he's just slamming things. And then we do that, and then he actually gets mad, which is an even better bit.
That's even better. So, okay, one final question for me. We just saw you at the end there, juice up Sevi's Evoker. You said you liked the Shaman. Are you keeping the Shaman in for this fight and the Evokers maybe for something later?
The Evokers, we were thinking about maybe running 3 Evokers for this. I think that would be insanely dog shit, now that I'm thinking about it, but specifically for this fight. But I think you need to have the option to play 3 Dragons at the moment, because that is probably the most broken a healing spec has been in progression in a while, even with the range restrictions for the next couple bosses. So I think you need the option, and Zevi being in just kind of makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. It's a good perspective to have, should that be needed. You have one more question?
Nope, I'm good.
All right.
Get
So
going.
I only have one more question for you looking at tomorrow, of course. We're now going to get a good night's rest. We're going to make sure we recover, and then tomorrow, hopefully, we come back. And like you said, we're getting pretty close on that boss to potentially nuke out. What's your feeling on a potential Silken Court coming up? That boss I'm testing looked absolutely insane. What are the vibes?
Well, so far all my pull count predictions have been hilariously false.
Oh,
so
trust me, still have hours.
yeah. So if that's intentional, right? Like, I think it'll probably take a long time. Also, when they nerfed this boss today, they also buffed Silken Court's HP. So Silken Court, or maybe that was a little bit earlier today or something. But yeah, Silken Court's damage check is quite ridiculous. But also, that's, I mean, the concept of Silken Court on Mythic is probably one of the most difficult Mythic mechanic ideas ever, right? I think we have a really good idea for it, just like we have a really good idea for this fight, but it's still just really, really hard, right? Like, so I could see it taking a long time. So far, I think I guessed like 20-something pulls on Brute Twister, that was wrong. I guessed like 60, 70 pulls on this boss, that was wrong. It's gonna be like double or triple that. So, that boss, I think I guessed like 250, so I don't know, like 700 tries or something.
Zyra has 999 as a meme.
Yeah, like I don't know, like
But we're
like
not
maybe not a meme.
like bosses over 500 pulls in the race rolled first almost never happen. They are like I think Unat, but in a significant amount of those pulls were like an overtuned version of the boss that no one killed. Also, it's a boss where you farmed, like I think actually Riku, his guild at the time, I think did 300 pulls in a day because you wipe so fast on the fight.
Super fast.
Yeah, you could just wipe like 80 times in an hour if you wanted to, right? You could just keep pulling. So it's gonna be insane. This boss, yeah, and you mentioned sleep as well. Yeah, we are gonna get more sleep tonight too. So I think something that we learned, especially in prior races, is like you need to have rest to do this stuff right, and you need to know when you need to get rest. Like for example, if Nexus Princess was the end of the race, we would not be getting extra sleep tonight, right? But the time we have today is significantly less valuable than time 3 days from now, times 4 days from now. Because we're at that point that you get to in every race where no matter when anyone starts, you start waking up behind and going up and going to sleep ahead because of the way, like think about that, right? Like think about when Echo went to sleep today. They went to sleep and then we just figured out this whole boss, spent a ton of time working on it. A lot of it's execution based, but you get to learn a lot of that stuff. And we're gonna wake up tomorrow and absolutely learn things from them. That always is going to happen. And once that happens, your time you spend at the end of your raid day or the very beginning of your raid day is actually like significantly less relevant. So if there's any time to get sleep, it's now. So I think we're getting like an extra hour, maybe hour and a half of sleep. And then as we get closer to the reset, or as we start seeing what Ansurek looks like, we'll use that extra time to utilize the information other teams are giving us, and then go for it when we need to.
Yeah, locked in. Thank you so much, Max, for joining us tonight.
Cool.
We're going to let you get to sleep, as well as you were saying you're tired. That was your Secret Lab hot seat here at the end of our show. Thank you so much, Max, for joining. And with that, I think we can kind of round out the day one more time. How are you feeling about kind of our day of progression as a whole?
I would say great. Obviously, a kill was not impossible today, and so it's unfortunate we didn't get one of those, but I mean, it was going to be pretty hard to get a kill today. I think as long as we come back in tomorrow, get that kill before, say, 3 p.m. or something, I think we're feeling pretty good. It doesn't need to happen first thing in the morning, but I do think we are now reaching the point where everything that is to be learned has been learned, and we hopefully don't need to get too much more muscle memory reps on this boss. We can hopefully come back in, nice, well-rested buff, take the boss out in short order.
Yeah, I think if there's ever a time that this boss is going to die, the hot seat point for me is going to be right after lunch.
Yeah, the lunch buff.
Sometimes the morning is a little groggy.
Does happen.
Waking up a little bit, but the food buff hits these guys hard, especially with Heidi here.
Ooh, yeah, it's incredible. Actually, hang on. I've got my phone background is the menu. Tomorrow we've got beef bulgogi. Ooh.
I love the beef bulgogi stuff Heidi makes. It's my favorite, actually. I'm really excited for it.
It's going to go pretty crazy. I think that's very likely to kill the boss.
Well, we do want to one more time shout out the charity that we are supporting this race, because the Santa Monica Animal Shelter is right down the road here. You guys have been helping us so much in providing those donations to help all of those animals. And we got a massive donation come in just minutes ago from Costco Hot Dog, or is it actually Ruben? That's the recent one. We have two very big donations coming in. Costco Hot Dog for $100, showing us a pet, and then Ruben the Hippo donating $1,000, saying, hope they're having fun, better than all, pushing us past that $7,500 breaking point, which means exciting news, guys. We get to do a blindfolded delve.
I heckin' love delves. They're so fun.
He's not joking. Every time I go back into the caster room, my computer's right next to his. I look over, he's doing a delve.
Delves
Can
are
we
great,
get some love in chat for the donators? Not only those two, but everybody that has been supporting our charity all throughout this event. I would really, really love to see some hearts and some positivity, as all of these people are making a big change for the Santa Monica Animal Shelter here. Yeah, you get to do that, delve, Travis. I can see he's like smiling.
I'm so excited. I'll go farm some keys up so I can do a bountiful delve and get my chest at the end.
A blindfolded, bountiful delve.
Oh yeah, I'll play a
+8.
tank. It'll be fun.
You're actually sending it all?
Not to worry.
All right. Well, next up.
You want to do keyboard? I'll do the mouse.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Next up is gonna be making us eat candied bugs, which hey, we love that.
That sounds even equally as fun as a blindfolded delve.
Right. Yeah. Couldn't decide which one I would love to do more.
Do we know which kind of bug it is?
Yeah. So there's apparently crickets that have been seasoned with something, and then there's also like scorpion-type bugs and lollipops.
Yummy.
I offered to eat them, but unfortunately they have fructose.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh no, that's so unfortunate for you.
Right, yeah, so sad. What are we gonna do about that? Nah, just a joke. But with that, I think that's it from us today. We've been seeing some great progression, and we do want to one more time shout out our charity partner, as well as all of the other sponsors that are making this event possible. So a huge shout out to all of them. First and foremost, yeah, that's the word.
That is.
It is getting late here. Coinbase, our presenting partner, of course, as well as Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, Raider.io, WoW Hat, Warcraft Logs, and the Dungeon Dojo that are supporting this event, making this all happen, bringing us all together, and providing the fun, the show, and the energy. That's been it from us tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a follow if you haven't already. We'll be back in a couple of hours. This was the Race to World First. Day number 4 in Mythic.
It all blurs together.
It is.
We'll be back.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching.
Stay.
Hello friends, this is Growl. In this video, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know about the City of Threads for Mythic Plus in the War Within. I've been testing all of the dungeons thoroughly on beta, and I wanted to make a quick and easy to understand guide for all of the important mechanics. Remember that this is for Mythic Plus difficulty, so some of the mechanics may be missing if you're running this dungeon on normal or heroic. City of Threads is a straightforward dungeon with no important group composition requirements. The only minor thing is the statues of the queen that you can interact with at the beginning of the dungeon. If you have a priest, rogue, or someone with at least 25 skill in engineering, you can talk to the statue and get a short 30-second buff to your damage, healing, and movement for your group. This can be helpful, but ultimately isn't super important for the success of the run, considering how short the buff is. The beginning of the dungeon can be a bit frustrating with a slew of caster mobs and patrols. Silk binders are caster mobs that continuously cast bolts and roots. These should be interrupted and ideally gathered together so that you can use AoE disruption on them once your team runs out of kicks. Swarm guards patrol the area and frequently cast Ravenous Swarm while in combat. This puts a 5-second damage over time effect on each player that cannot be dispelled. Although this damage isn't lethal, it can quickly lead to deaths when paired with bolts going off from the casters. Go at your own pace in this area, depending on the coordination of your group and how many interrupts you have available. Herald of Ansarek is another lieutenant-style mob that debuffs players with Shadows of Doubt. This deals damage over time to one player and surrounds them in orbs. This debuff can be dispelled, but once dispelled, it shoots out orbs in each direction, stunning and dealing damage to any player they pass through. Although you do want to dispel this debuff, it's a good idea to wait a few seconds to allow the player to position correctly so that nobody else is going to get hit by the orbs. This mob also casts Twist Thoughts, which if not interrupted, deals damage to a random party member and creates a puddle at their feet that deals increased ticking damage while anyone stands inside. The first boss, Orator Krixvisk, can be a bit intimidating at first, but once you learn the dance, it actually becomes quite easy. The boss has a very tight circle that you must stand in, and if you leave that circle, you get yoinked in and take extra damage. The boss places the same Shadow of Doubt debuff from earlier on 2 different players at once. One of these players should be dispelled fairly quickly, just be aware of your ally's position in the circle in order to not get hit. I've seen teams try and maintain a square formation so that dispels can be instant, however this might be difficult to pull off in random pug groups. After the debuff, the boss casts Indoctrination, which pulses damage to the entire party. Once that cast ends, a pool starts to spawn and grow under the boss, dealing heavy damage to anyone inside. During the damage cast, your party should be stacking on the tank and then moving together in that direction in order to avoid the puddle. If you aren't paying attention, you're very likely to die with the combination of the puddle hitting you and also getting yoinked from the boss as the rest of your team walks away. This cycle repeats over and over until the boss is dead. Continue past the bridge to subdue an easy mini-boss that grants you with a buff, allowing you entry into the city. This part of the dungeon is quite strange. You must uncover 4 eyes of the queen throughout the city. You don't have to fight any of the trash in this area besides the 4 queens. As long as you aren't detected by the guards patrolling around, you can basically just walk freely without aggroing anything. In order to detect which mobs are the queens, you must always follow the path of spirit illusions in the city. You can see where they're facing and follow them. They're almost always going to lead you to the next mini-boss. Generally speaking, there's one of these right at the start, and then the other 3 are kind of spread out in different parts of the city. It isn't known yet how these random spawns work. Maybe there might be some sort of pattern or way that you can detect them even faster. Once you uncover the Eye of the Queen, it will become hostile and attack your party, sometimes with even more mobs to help. The main mechanic here to worry about is Void Rush. The mob dashes to multiple players and deals heavy damage, also inflicting a large but short damage over time effect on each person hit. Since you're spending a lot of time running around from spot to spot, you want to just expend all of your damage cooldowns, healing, defensives on these Void Rushes and these mobs, since they can be pretty lethal. This part of the dungeon can be a bit slow and tedious, but things pick up quickly once all 4 of them are defeated. Find your way to Executor Nizral to open the way to the second boss, the Fangs of the Queen. This is a 2-boss council fight that has multiple phases that it cycles through, but in general the mechanics are quite simple. Knife Throw will go out periodically, dealing moderate damage and also applying a short damage over time debuff. Make sure you're healing these up, and if you happen to overlap these with a group damage, use a defensive. NX has a frontal attack, Shade Slash, that also sends a beam out and then copies itself each time it's used and sends the beam out from that location. We found that it wasn't really too difficult to just sort of YOLO this and dodge it, but you may want to be a bit more strategic as a tank for where you're placing these. After a certain amount of time, NX will cast Duskbringer, pulsing light AoE damage to the group. This is dangerous because VX also uses Ice Sickles, a heavy group damage ability, which is a great time to use defensives for both of these. The Icicles leave a 11-second long damage over time on all party members, but this can be dispelled, so it's great to use dispels, dwarves, or even something like mass dispel from priests to reduce the damage. In the next phase, VX will cast Rime Dagger on the tank. This creates a blue circle around the tank that must be soaked by your entire party, and it deals moderate group damage. It's a good idea to just preemptively sit around the tank since this mechanic can come out pretty quickly in phase 2. After 2 Rime Daggers come out, there's another Duskbringer, and then the bosses switch back to the first phase. In between, sit around the tank by your party, and it This creates a blue circle around the tank that must be soaked by your entire party, and it deals moderate group damage. It's a good idea to just preemptively sit around the tank since this mechanic can come out pretty quickly in phase 2. After 2 Rime Daggers come out, there's another Duskbringer, and then the bosses switch back to the first phase. In between each phase, there's sort of a dance line dodge that gives you a little bit of a break in the action and lets some of your cooldowns come up since the damage is so heavy during the phases. Just keep dealing with the mechanics, powering through the group damage, and the Fangs of the Queen will go down. Defeating this boss, as well as the third boss, unlocks a flight point that you can take from the start of the dungeon. We're very far away, so don't run back all the way if you've made it this far. The next area is incredibly mob dense, but most of the mobs here are relatively harmless. Just some basic melee and ranged attacking units with a few casters sprinkled in. On top of the stairs, however, is a giant Crypt Lord, the Royal Venom Shell. This mob has one major mechanic, but it can be quite lethal, Venomous Spray. It puts a long poison on each party member, but is also creating dangerous swirlies on the ground to dodge. It can be very difficult for a healer to keep up with all the dodging, so it's a good spot to use personal defensives, or ideally just poison dispels. In the Transformatory, you'll find the last 2 bosses of the dungeon. The hallway is full of eggs that if you run over them, they spawn caster mobs that can be very annoying and don't contribute to the enemy forces of completing the dungeon. For this reason, we preferred not to fight in these hallways and instead to try and pull things into the boss room. You can use this strategy at your own risk. The Unnaturalers are casters that have a long Void Wave cast. If this goes off, it deals group damage and knocks everyone back, so it should be a priority stop, especially in the hallways where you're worried about getting knocked back into the eggs. The Unstable Test Subjects have some group damage and also dodge mechanics, but is a fairly simple mob for how dangerous it looks. Once you clear your way into the third boss room, the Coagulation is formed. This Void Ooze boss is another fairly simple but fun fight. Orbs fly from the outside of the room inwards toward the boss and must be soaked, or they heal the boss for 5% health per orb. When you soak these orbs as a player, however, they inflict you with Black Blood, a healing absorb that deals damage over time until it's healed off. Generally, you should be soaking as many orbs as possible, and then using a major defensive or self-healing button if your healer starts to fall behind. You don't want to use everything in this phase though, because once the boss reaches 100 energy, it casts Dark Pulse, dealing heavy group damage over 6 seconds. This is a good time to use major healing cooldowns and get stacked for maximum efficiency, since there isn't really much else going on in the fight. After the Dark Pulse, more orbs spawn, and the cycle of the boss repeats again. Once Coagulation is defeated, you can make your way to the final boss room where you'll meet the 2 mini-bosses. These guys show off the main mechanics of the boss fight. I'll go over them in a second when I talk about the final boss. One thing to know though is fighting these guys together can be really dangerous because you get very scary overlaps. I believe it was intended to only fight one at a time, although they're very close. I wouldn't recommend fighting them together unless you have Bloodlust and an experienced group. Ezo, the Grand Splicer, is another very sequenced boss that has some pretty scary mechanics that get more manageable as you get used to them. Throughout the fight, the boss deals heavy group damage, followed by a major tank buster. Splice is a cast that puts a pretty nasty damage over time effect on your entire party, attempting to soften the group up for the following major group attack. Tremor Slam is the first one. It summons a giant Nerubian that slams the ground, creating a large circle and also dealing a heavy burst of group damage. Umbral Weave also deals heavy group damage, but this mechanic roots players to the ground and you must destroy the weave on each player to get free. Being free is important because of the orbs that chase you throughout the fight. During each mechanic, Izo will send the orbs towards players, so be careful and try not to greed casts while breaking the roots or surviving the group damage. After the group damage is over, they will then send all 3 orbs to attack the tank as a major tank buster. The tank must get out of the group and then pop a major defensive in order to survive. This might seem like a lot, but it's the same sequence over and over. Splice, group damage, splice, group damage, and then tank buster. Be sure to actively use and spread out all of your defensive and healing cooldowns, and watch your feet from the orbs. We've found a good strategy is just to stay loose stacked up for the entire fight so that the healer can get efficient use of AoE heals, and so everyone can AoE down the weaves in order to break out of the roots in time. Once you defeat the boss, the dungeon is over and you can collect your loot. That wraps up my guide to City of Threads in the War Within. If you think there's anything important I missed out, leave it in the comments for others to see. Thanks for watching and happy healing.
Your skein sing. We are always
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Ah, you've arrived. Our friend awaits you in the High Hollows.
Still finding.
Our queen offers a most wondrous gift. We will become greater than we are. Invaders, fear not, citizens. We will show them Onsuret's wrath.
Shadows of doubt. Still finding. Shadows of doubt.
Your ascension.
Earth shadow. Shadows of doubt. Earth shadow. Earth shadow. Terrorize. Terrorize.
Your ascension.
Terrorize. Subjugate. Vociferous indoctrination. Vociferous indoctrination. Subjugate. Terrorize. Terrorize. Vociferous indoctrination. Vociferous indoctrination.
Should have listened
Subjugate.
before.
Terrorize.
Buffoon. Not even worthy of the fifth strand. Ansurek has eyes everywhere. You'll need to blind them to meet the Vizier.
Perfume toss. Gossamer barge.
Your ascension is complete.
Null slam.
By the weave, one of Ansurek's spies has fallen. The spy has fallen. This cannot be.
Your ascension is complete.
If this distressing trend continues, we will run out of spies. Come to me and I will help you as
Web wrap.
agreed. Your target is the Grand Splicer, Izo. Her drive for innovation meshed well with Ansurek's thirst for ascension. Stay close and be quiet. The Transformatory was once the home of our sacred evolution. Izo has made a mockery of our traditions. At the Queen's tisk, tisk, tisk. Dear Nizrek, a traitor. Our Queen will be so disappointed.
First, your little pets will die. Then we'll make you speak.
I'll take it from here.
Your ascension is complete.
The frost bites!
Synergic step.
Must I do everything? Glacial annihilation!
Freezing blood.
Seems you died.
Blind dagger.
Blizzard surging.
Freezing blood.
Seems you died. Your survival wasn't necessary. Is that all?
Synergic step.
Your ascension is complete.
Shade slash. Earth shatter. Earth shatter. Pheromone veil.
Darkness consumes.
Synergic step. Shade slash. Shade slash.
The frost bites!
Synergic step.
Your ascension is complete.
Must I do everything?
Blind
Blood
dagger.
will free!
Season blood.
Cold.
Our strands are strong. None will pass.
Your ascension is complete.
Mending web. Mending web. Venomous spray.
Your ascension is complete.
Earth shatter.
Hunger crawlers. I've enough of you in my collection. Be gone.
Void wave. Void wave. Dark barge. Void wave. Void wave.
Wouldn't you agree? Let's see which of the two you are.
Dark Pulse.
The pursuit of perfection can be messy, but worthwhile in the end.
Void Wave. Void Wave. Void Wave. Void Wave. Void Wave. Dark Barrage.
Your ascension is complete.
Void Wave.
So persistent. For you, a reward. Witness the unparalleled wonder of transformation.
Tumbleweed.
Your
Tremor Slice.
ascension is complete.
Tumbleweed.
place in my collection. Let me usher you in. Witness the glory of our ascension. Possibilities are endless. What can I make?
Shifting anomalies. Shifting anomalies. Process of elimination.
Of the fittest.
Shifting anomalies.
The variables. How will you adapt?
Shifting anomalies.
Your ascension.
Shifting anomalies.
What can I make?
Shifting anomalies.
I can be the strength of a lord.
Shifting anomalies. Process of elimination.
Survive.
Shifting
Consider
anomalies.
the variables. What can I make? This is inconceivable.
Anseric will be absolutely furious when she learns of Izo's demise. I can't wait to witness it.
Hello friends, this is Growl. In this dungeon, I'm also showcasing